Thank you. My clock says yep. Good morning, councillors. Good morning, executive. Good morning to those joining us in the digital gallery. It's my privilege to welcome you to the opening of the ordinary meeting of Tuesday, the 20th of September 2022. And in doing so, I would again pause and acknowledge traditional owners of the lands on which we meet and across which the Scenic Regional Council area is formed, pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and extend congratulations to them on their continued nurture of culture. Councillors, I note a full attendance of councillors present today. I note that we have attendance of all members of the executive team, including the continuing presence as acting CEO of the GM People and Strategy. Therefore, I have no apologies for today's meeting, and that brings us to the opportunity of pausing for prayers, and it's my privilege this morning to welcome Reverend David Hawke from the Valley Church, Canungra, to lead us in prayers. David, I believe you're with us digitally, and I thank you for making time to join us, and hand over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, councillors and CEO and others. After such an amazing night, I think our hearts are ready to pray. So let us pray. We thank you, Heavenly Father, for the huge influence that the Christian faith has had on our heritage and on the way that we govern, the way that our leaders are structured, and the way that Christianity has affected the empire, so to speak, and especially the country that we live in. We thank you for Australia. We thank you for people who are willing to serve. We know that you were the King of Kings but came to serve us, and people who serve on roles in government and council do so from a Christian ethic. They're not there to advantage themselves but to help in the society that they lead. And so we pray for all of them today. We pray for the Council of the Scenic Rim and for the establishment that looks after this part of the world. We thank you for giving them wisdom, and we pray that the wisdom will build the house. That's what you said. Wisdom will build the Scenic Rim and we will prosper. And we thank you for prosperity from all the boundaries of the Scenic Rim, that this part of the world will shine, that it will grow wisely, and it will indeed prosper. We pray you'll give our councillors wisdom today as they have their meeting, and they'll have great ideas, great intuition, and they'll lead us to a place of great prosperity. We ask it in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, David, very greatly for joining us for prayers, and certainly it has been a thought-provoking week, to say the least, and last night's commemorations were certainly powerful. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you for your reminders and for leading us in prayer. We understand you also have a busy schedule, and if you're not able to continue with us through the digital gallery, we would respect that and wish you well with your continued leadership in your community.
Thank you. It's a great privilege.
Thank you. Now, councillors, we move to item 5 of today's agenda, which comes to the declarations of prescribed or declarable conflicts of interest. I've not been advised of any notified to the CEO. Are there any such? I'll make an open call now. None indicated at the table for the business today. Thank you, councillors. We come to item 6, and Councillors, you're aware, but we've all been sharing in the challenge of the news over the last week, and I'd like to table a mayoral minute this morning, and I shall now proceed to read that. And this mayoral minute is titled Condolences regarding the passing of Her Majesty the Queen Elizabeth II, an acknowledgement of the succession of King Charles III. So, councillors, on behalf of Scenic Rim Regional Council and our constituents across the Scenic Rim region, I today bring before your mayoral minute in two parts. Firstly, to express our condolences and sadness at the passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, and then to acknowledge the proclamation of our new monarch, King Charles III. With your forbearance, I'd seek to vary the normal protocol for a mayoral minute and invite Deputy Mayor Councillor Jeff McConnell to assist me in the presentation of this minute. Councillor, if you please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Fellow councillors, executive and community members, the passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II on Thursday the 8th of September brought great shock and sorrow to many of us across our region, the Commonwealth and around the world. Queen Elizabeth II, who was the longest serving of any British monarch, succeeded to the throne on the 6th of February 1952, following the death of her father, Queen George VI. The Queen was crowned on the 2nd of June 1953, serving the Commonwealth for over 70 years until her death. Her Majesty embodied the true meaning of duty, and her commitment to public service across the Commonwealth was nothing short of extraordinary. During her reign, Her Majesty was served by 15 Australian Prime Ministers and 16 Governors-General of Australia. There were innumerable times across her reign where the Queen exhibited the leadership demanded of the monarchy. During her exceptional tenure, the Queen led the United Kingdom through its recovery from World War II, the end of colonial rule in Africa, economic crises, and the pandemic. Her tremendous charm, wit, and sincerity won the hearts of millions of people. Her ability to connect with her community and constituents around the globe through her renowned dignity and grace was truly remarkable. Her Majesty's funeral yesterday was a sombre yet celebratory occasion and offered great reflection of the wonderful life Her Majesty experienced and the legacy that our beloved Queen has left for many around the world. As a sign of respect to Her Majesty, flags at Council's facilities will continue to be flown at half-mast until this afternoon, in accordance with the Commonwealth Flag Network directives. A National Day of Mourning will be held on Thursday the 22nd of September, which the Prime Minister has now declared a public holiday. On behalf of Scenic Rim Regional Council and the Scenic Rim region, I would ask that we join in extending our sincerest condolences to the royal family and everyone who loved Her Majesty. I would also remind those listening that they are encouraged to express their grief and condolences through an online condolence book on behalf of the people of Queensland. A link to this can be found on Council's website. This condolence book will, in due course, be presented to the royal family. Her legacy will certainly live on forever. May she rest in peace. The Queen is dead. Long live the King.
Thank you, Councillor McConnell. Councillors, executive and community members, with the passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, the mantle of succession transferred to her heir. On behalf of Scenic Rim Regional Council and our constituents across the region, I'd like to congratulate His Majesty King Charles III on his succession to the throne and his immediate appointment as head of the Commonwealth. The former Prince of Wales became the monarch after the death of Queen Elizabeth II on Thursday, 8th of September 2022. Our new monarch was formally proclaimed as king at a ceremony at St James's Palace in London on Saturday, 10th September 2022. As the head of a constitutional monarchy, King Charles III will now lead a form of government across the Commonwealth by which he will act as the head of state within the parameters of a written or unwritten constitution. In a constitutional monarchy, political power is shared between the monarch and a constitutionally organised government such as a parliament. The Commonwealth is constituted by a group of 56 independent nations comprising more than 2.5 billion people. No date has been set so far for the coronation of the King, which is when King Charles III will be formally crowned. The ceremony is unlikely to take place immediately because of the planning required. Queen Elizabeth succeeded to the throne in February 1952, but was not crowned until June 1953. Once again, on behalf of Scenic Rim Regional Council and the Scenic Rim region, I would invite you to join me in congratulating His Majesty King Charles III on his succession to the throne and his immediate appointment as head of the Commonwealth. We welcome his reign. Councillors, in affirmation of our congratulations to His Majesty King Charles III, I would also propose that we extend a warm invitation for him to visit our humble but spectacular region. Long live the King. Councillors, I hereby move that Council receives and supports this mayoral minute. Seek a seconder, even though not necessarily. Councillor McConnell, thank you. I will withhold speaking further in support. Does anyone wish to speak against the motion? Wish to speak additionally to the motion? If not, we put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you, councillors, for that unanimous support. Thank you indeed. Now we move forward now to item 7. We have no deputations arranged today or petitions that I've been advised of. So we move to item 8, the confirmation of the minutes of the prior meeting. Now, councillors, I will pause before we progress this matter and just seek some guidance. I've been advised of a couple of protocol matters from the prior minutes that need to be clarified, and I turn to the acting CEO for that guidance for the meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, it's been drawn to our attention that in item 10.5 of the previous ordinary meeting, which was the discussion around the expression of interest for council's waste, under section 2283B of the Local Government Regulation 2012, we're required to record our reasons for making the resolution in the minutes of the meeting at which the resolution was made. Those reasons were included in the certainly in the paper that was brought to council and in the discussion. But as you know, we are not typically in the habit of recording minutes verbatim, so we hadn't captured them in the minutes that you have before you. So I will pass over to the General Manager, Asset and Environmental Sustainability, to identify an additional inclusion to those minutes.
So just before you do, I think it's important to get the clarity around the principle that we're talking about here rather than the wording. Mm-hmm. So to clarify that conversation and then see if there's any further questions from councillors about this. The matters that you're talking about in terms of the requirements were in the report.
They were.
They were verbally identified. The reasons were identified in the discussion of the meeting, but have not made their way into the record of the meeting.
That's correct, Mayor.
And by legislation, we're required to demonstrate them in the minutes of the meeting.
That's correct.
Councillors, any further clarifications that before we look at the specific wording? Councillor McGuinness.
Yes, Mayor. Just clarifying that it's actually, if we do it in this way, it actually isn't part of the resolution. It is actually, but part of the minutes. The minutes are correct in what they did as far as the resolution's concerned, but if we just have them as a record of what was said, that satisfies my queries regarding them.
Thank you, Councillor. This is a technical sort of an issue. It's good that it's been picked up to ensure we get this captured to the record. It's a piece that was missed in the record. Now, the methodology of capturing that into the minutes perhaps is now, if there's comfort about the rationale for why this has to be, then we come forward now. GM, if you can just introduce what you believe the form of those words needs to be, and we can see if we're comfortable with how that proceeds.
Thank you, Mayor, councillors, fellow executives and those listening in online. It is proposed that we insert the following paragraph at item 10.5 of the minutes of the ordinary meeting, which are found on page 23. The reason for inviting an expression of interest rather than inviting a tender were provided in the officer's report and discussed during the meeting. The expressions of interest process is designed to develop understanding of the landfill and resource recovery options in the current market that may realise improvements in the operations of the Bromelton landfill facility and associated waste transfer facilities. This understanding will then inform the development of landfill avoidance and asset investment options for Council's consideration, thereby progressing implementation of the strategy. And an expression of interest process does not bind Council to any provider or specific outcome. Rather, it builds knowledge and understanding of the current landfill and resource recovery market, innovative solutions and possible pathways to meet waste management and resource recovery objectives. In short, the expression of interest process will position Council to progress with a... Sorry, I have an email that's come in and it's just blocked my view. I'll start. In short, the expression of interest process will position Council to progress with a comprehensive procurement process in the future.
Thank you. Now, councillors, we have that clarification. Any additional questions for the GM or for officers? Therefore, GM, if you just introduce now then the form of words that you're proposing, please, very formally.
So I propose to use that exact wording to be included. So I can repeat the words that I just spoke.
I will get you to, so because we've moved from the explanation and just so for those listening in so they can hear it clearly.
Yep, so it's proposed we insert the following paragraph on page 23. The reasons for inviting an expression of interest rather than inviting a tender were provided in the officer's report and discussed during the meeting. The expression of interest process is designed to develop understanding of the landfill and resource recovery options in the current market that may realise improvements in the operation of Bromelton landfill facility and associated waste transfer facilities. This understanding will then inform the development of landfill avoidance and asset investment options for Council's consideration, thereby progressing implementation of the strategy. An expression of interest process does not bind Council to any provider or specific outcome. Rather, it builds knowledge and understanding of the current landfill and resource recovery market, innovative solutions and possible pathways to meet waste management and resource recovery objectives. In short, the expression of interest process will position Council to progress with a comprehensive procurement process in the future.
Thank you. I just needed to have the time to get that, which was different to the wording we had on our screen. Just for the gallery, we're just dealing with some technical fingertips at the moment. I think we now have... Can you confirm that that's...
I'd suggest in the second paragraph that where it says EOI to expand out to expression
Expression
of
of
interest.
interest.
And there's, yep, 2 places, thank you.
Thank you. That's your wording proposed. Councillors, I just seek clarity. Where you're proposing for that to, I believe it's important for us to actually recognise that this is an additional, so we need some wording which that clarifies that this wording be included in the minutes in relation to item 10.5. So I'm taking the recommendation now and shifting it into proposing this as a motion, if you forgive me, councillors, to get this so that, and further that in recognition of, don't do that to me. And further just that to continue on after September 2022 in recognition of the explanation in the report and discussed at the meeting. And that this wording form an explanatory note to the resolution for this item. Just to ensure there's clarity of where it connects in and the purpose that it is there. Councillors, before I propose, I'm actually stepping past adopting the GM's recommendation. I propose to create this as a modification of that as an actual motion from the floor. Does that wording provide the comfort and clarity to how this comes about? Councillors, I'm happy to consider other wording before I move it from the chair. Councillor West.
Mayor, I'm just wondering if we need to explain the strategy, put the proper name of the waste management strategy rather than just the strategy.
Yeah, that's fine. Waste management strategy.
Waste management and resource recovery strategy.
So that's embedded in the proposed wording below from the. It's in.
The actual title is the waste. You found.
So you're down in the
End of the
middle paragraph.
So the strategy's title is Waste Management and Resource Recovery Strategy 2021 to 2026.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillors, is that all now providing clarity and comfort? So I'll propose to move this from the chair. And if there's any further discussion or questioning or clarifications, otherwise I'll seek a seconder. Councillor Chalk, thank you. I don't intend to discuss any further at this time. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone wishing to speak additionally? I'll put the motion to incorporate that wording. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Noting that addition, we now move forward. It's actually not that the GM's recommendation be adopted. It's actually that the motion, it's a motion that's different to the recommendation. So just a point of clarity. I took that wording, I expanded it to create a broader motion. Sorry. The motion as above. Thank you. Just to, sorry, we're scribing as we go and I'm being pedantic. So, councillors, we do have a recommendation. The minutes of the ordinary meeting held on 6th of September 2022 be adopted, and that should be expanded to as amended with the prior Sorry, as amended, that's fine because it'll pick up what's just happened. Be adopted. I seek a mover. Councillor McInnes. Any further questions to the minutes? If not, I seek a seconder. Councillor McConnell. Wish to speak at all? Councillor McInnes. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone wishing to speak additionally? Put the motion. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors, for your forbearance through that process. We now move to item 9, business arising from previous minutes. And Councillor McConnell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to move an amendment to the resolution 10.1 from the ordinary meeting 7th of June 2022, which was a notice of motion by Councillor Derek Swanborough on the council meeting schedule. If you're happy, I'll read out the amendment and then we can discuss. Thank you. So it's an amendment to the resolution 10.1, 7th of June 2022. 1. That council, in the interest of enhanced public transparency, commit to the transition of its present 2 weekly meeting system, comprising 1 ordinary meeting per fortnight and 1 confidential briefing over 2 days per fortnight, to a committee system to include a planning and development committee and other committees as decided. 2. Confidential workshops be retained but limited to the formation of strategy and policy and other matters defined as confidential under the local government regulations. 3. That a new meeting system implementation workshop group comprising all councillors be established to be chaired by the Deputy Mayor, the purpose of which is to determine the identity and scope of proposed committees. 4. That following the provision of adequate information by the workshop group chair to the Chief Executive Officer, the Chief Executive Officer be requested to commence consultation with the Executive and the Implementation Workshop Group to develop terms of reference for each of the proposed new committees, for presentation to Council for consideration of a formal resolution on or before 8th of November 2022. 5. That the Chief Executive Officer, following the Council's adoption of the committee terms of reference documents, consult with the Executive to develop a workable and agreed transition plan for presentation to Council that includes a timeline for delivery of updated policy or policies as relevant and related procedures, meeting cycle, resourcing requirements to support the new structure of meetings, and any other considerations deemed necessary by the Chief Executive Officer, for consideration of a formal resolution on or before 6th of December 2022. And 6, that the transition plan identifies a targeted implementation date for the new committee system of meetings that is as soon as practical following 1st of January 2023. I bring this forward just to add some clarity to the original resolution. I take some of the blame for the delay. There was a miscommunication between myself and the previous CEO on responsibilities, and I think this new resolution, or the new amendment to the resolution, clarifies for the CEO the steps needed to be taken. Happy for any questions.
Thank you, councillors. Do you have any further clarifications you require from Councillor McConnell? If not, you're so moving.
So moved, please, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McConnell. I seek a seconder. Councillor McInnes, do you wish to speak further, Councillor McConnell?
No, I think it speaks for itself, please.
Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? We put the motion. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor McConnell that those amendments to that prior matter are now noted and moving forward. We now move forward to the business before the meeting today, and we turn to item 10.1, and we turn to the GM Customer and Regional Prosperity. Introduce item 10.1, please, on page 4 of your agendas.
Thank you, Mayor, Councillors, Executive and those listening online. 10.1 relates to the 2022 Northern Rivers Joint Organisation Board Meetings update. Council recall we regularly provide an update on the overview of the meetings that are being held and the actions of the group that we belong to. And I would ask that the Acting Principal Specialist for Regional Prosperity, Cameron Thomas, provide an overview of the report on your agenda. Thank you.
Thanks, Deborah, and good morning, everyone. As mentioned, Councillor McConnell sits on the Northern Rivers Joint Organisation Board, and the Regional Prosperity team prepare the reports on the range of activities and initiatives being undertaken by Council pertaining to the NRJO. The most recent meeting took place on the 19th of August, where the previous meeting minutes of the NRJO were adopted, with the next meeting scheduled to take place on the 18th of November. So this report is here to table the minutes from the NRGO board meeting on the 4th of February and the 20th of May.
From those meetings?
Yeah, if I could please, Mr Mayor, it's rather a good board to sit on, actually. Listening to the issues that the Northern Rivers councils have down there, and obviously given the last 6 to 12 months in disasters with the flooding that affected not only us but over the border, the challenges that they have, especially in Lismore and surrounding areas, in relation to flooding of the town centre. So it was interesting to see how they're going to go about it, and also the some of the procedures that Queensland have been taking in relation to QRA, and using some of that knowledge. Not only that, also the other issues that we face up here, and that is the housing crisis. They are struggling down there with providing enough housing. Some being taken up by their tourism, which is affecting everything. So it's good to get that joint knowledge happening across, and also to be able to provide some advice both ways across councils as we sit on the border. So yes, I thoroughly enjoy these meetings.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any additional questions, councillors? If not, GM, I'll ask to introduce the recommendations.
Thank you, Mayor. Before your consideration today, the recommendation is that 1, Council note the Northern Rivers Joint Organisation Ordinary Board meeting minutes for meetings held in February 2022 and May 22, and 2, that Council note the activities and initiatives being undertaken by the Northern Rivers Joint Organisation as they pertain to the Scenic Rim region.
Moved, Councillor McConnell. Any additional questions, councillors? Any additional discussion? If not, seek a seconder. Councillor Enright. Wish to speak further, Councillor McConnell?
Only to thank the council officers for a wonderful report that they complete for me to be able to take down. Certainly makes me look good. Thank you.
That's, leaving aside any response to that last observation, is there anyone wishing to speak against the motion? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? And it is worth certainly noting that there is good officer support to these conversations, so thank you for that, Councillor. Anyone else seeking leave to speak to the motion? If not, put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you. We move to the next item, item 10.2, page 23 of today's papers, councillors, and again, GM, I'll ask you to introduce this item.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. Before you today, item 10.2 is the Scenic Rim Agribusiness Agritourism Industry 10-year Roadmap 2022 to 2032 and the Scenic Rim Agribusiness and Agritourism 3-year action plan. It's with enormous pride that I sit before you today accompanied by the Manager of Regional Prosperity and Communications, Brenda Walker, and the Acting Principal Specialist of Regional Prosperity, Cameron Thomas, who have stewarded this enormous block of work on behalf of Council over the last 18 months. I'm going to ask Cameron, because Cameron has project managed this from the outset, to take you through some of the observations in relation to this report and to the documents that are presented before you. As outlined in the executive summary, councillors we have tabled before you today the completed graphically designed documents that will be released with the minutes of this meeting, and should it be adopted here today, or prefer to say when it is adopted here today, that it will be released also publicly on Council's website. So I'm going to hand over to Cameron to take you through some of the highlights of the documents before you.
Thank you. The development of these documents forms phase 2 of the Scenic Rim Agribusiness Agritourism Industry Development Program, which is would guide and drive growth and innovation with the agribusiness and agritourism sectors. So this was funded under the Bushfire Recovery Fund, administered by the Department of Employment, Small Business and Training. We've been an evolving agri-food and agritourism destination for many years, so this program and development of these documents will build on this good work which has been undertaken in recent years and focus on the sector's current and future capacity to collaborate, adapt and innovate. So we were, as mentioned, we were successful in securing funding to undertake this project, and we were through invited submissions from appropriate skilled industry specialists for the facilitation of the roadmap and action plan, with appointing PricewaterhouseCoopers, who submitted an excellent proposal with clear and concise, addressing all the requirements of the project scope in their request for quote. Definitely a long time coming, with appointing PricewaterhouseCoopers back in March 2021, with significant stakeholder engagement throughout this project on a number of occasions. So at the end, we've been able to deliver and develop a 10-year roadmap and 3-year action plan, which is agreed to with industry, and I hope, as Deborah mentioned, when it's adopted by Council today, it includes the needs and requirements of the region's food and drink producers, processors and distributors, and identifies a number of gaps in the system and opportunities for efficiencies. This action plan is measurable and implemented to achieve the goals and targets identified in these documents. Just to briefly touch on it for those listening online, the document, the roadmap's vision is that agriculture and tourism will be the centrepiece of the local economy, enhanced by thriving agritourism industry. Our self-reliant communities will provide a choice of quality local food, products, services and recreation opportunities. Our community will support sustainable farms, businesses and industries and provide rewarding employment and prosperity for residents. Agricultural land will be protected from fragmentation and development, and we commit to protecting and improving rural water supplies. Our character-filled towns and villages will attract tourists and visitors. The roadmap's been divided into 3 pillars, that being agribusiness, agritourism and capacity building. It outlines 11 objectives which align with the pillars just mentioned, along with 17 initiatives which are accompanied by 48 specific and measurable actions, which are further detailed in the 3-year action plan. So, in addition to this, the progress of the implementation of this action plan, Council has allocated funding in the 2022-2023 adopted operational budget, which includes the establishment of a new Economic Development Officer for Agribusiness and Workforce Development.
And Mayor, if I could just add, I would like to acknowledge on behalf of the Council project team the incredible team from PwC Brisbane office who have facilitated this project with the utmost professionalism and, as Cam said, have undertaken extensive and ongoing consultation with stakeholders right across the region throughout the entire process, and they're to be congratulated for the quality of work that they have provided.
Thank you for that introduction. Councillors, any points for clarification, firstly, for to requests from officers? Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. Firstly, congratulations on this coming to this stage. My question for clarification would be, could you please explain the process that was implemented through the use of the PwC and the level of engagement of our agricultural and our tourism leaders, just to get an understanding of the quantum and the process that was gone through to come to this stage?
Thanks, Councillor. Yeah, there was at least 60 stakeholder engagements across industry groups. Over approximately 40 to 45 of that would have been one-on-one conversations with local producers and tourism operators within the region, followed by group workshops at the beginning of the year to work through the draft documents as well, and ongoing conversations with the project team and key members within the industry.
And could I add to that response, Councillor, the roadmap was released for broader community feedback after the draft documents were had final drafts, and that was released on Council's Let's Talk Scenic Room platform, with consultation closing on the 26th of April as well, to supplement the direct stakeholder feedback.
Thank you. Further clarifications, councillors? Councillor West.
Cameron, I was just wondering, are there any, following the hopeful adoption of this today, are there actions that are going to start immediately, or is it all dependent on the new officer coming along, and where are we in that stage?
There's a number of initiatives which are most likely already undergoing, such as the Water for Worrell program. We've previously also under phase one, a business development program to upskill and further develop those in the agritourism sector. So yeah, just it is ongoing, and it doesn't have to wait for this new officer to be appointed. We have budget, we have funding allocation as well under Drought Communities Program extension for a number of initiatives. So yeah, definitely hit the ground running following the adoption. Great.
Thank you. Further clarifications, councillors? Councillor Swamborough.
Yeah, look, just clarification. In the report it talks about budget financial implications, but it really only goes on to explain, the funding that was received. I'm more interested in what the cost of this policy might be to the council. It's a 10-year program. We've got a 3-year roadmap going, but what the missing part of the puzzle for me is the amount of resources that this program is going to consume from council, and I'm having trouble trying to put in my mind the scale of this and where it sits in relation to the other 18 strategies that we've presently got going. And to me, before I could support the policy, I would really need to know what it's going to cost the community, cost the ratepayers, and whether rates are going to go up as a result of this particular policy in the future.
Thank you for your question, Councillor. During some of the briefings, we've discussed how year on year we'll be bringing forward the initiatives that are outlined specifically in the first 3 years, the action plan that has been particularly put together, and that was to ensure that the document remains relevant, and that at a 3-year point we would be reviewing that. As with many of the other strategies this team delivers year on year, they are providing report cards as to the success of the implementation of the actions contained in those action plans. And during the budget discussions, we worked with councillors for the 2022-2023 budget year for $100,000 to be set aside for the implementation of the actions contained in year one, and for a new workforce officer. So those figures have been adopted by council, so there's been visibility of that. What I can say is the initiatives year on year would be brought forward. Anything that would not be catered for within the budgets of the time. Given the zero-based budgeting, we would build those either as new initiatives or from the perspective of the budget discussions that would come forward year on year. At this point in time, we have not completely costed the delivery of those projects because, like I said, as a 3-year midpoint review, some of the things in the outer years may no longer be relevant, may be addressed or be sorted out in the earlier years. So I wouldn't be able to probably crystal ball that. As for rate increases associated with this strategy, that is not something officers influences. That's a decision of council.
Thank you for the clarification. Any further questions, councillors? Councillor Swamber again.
Just in relation to the report, having read the report through, I noticed that it talks about investigations, and I think I counted up 8 or 9 investigations that are going to be triggered by this report. The cost of those investigations, and presumably we're going to be using consultants for a lot of them because I don't believe we have those skills in-house to do those investigations. Have those costs been considered for the future in this particular policy?
Can you give us an example of what page you're referring to in the report? Sorry, are you referring to the council report or the strategy roadmap or the action plan?
I'm referring to the roadmap and everywhere where it says investigate.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find where you're referring to, councillor. I think, without wasting any time on the answer, I think it will depend on the action, where you've got with the new agribusiness workforce economic development officer that is coming into the team to supplement the implementation of this and to address some of the skills gaps and workforce issues that we have across not just these 2 industries but across the whole region. Depending on the particular action, and I don't think I can group them all together as one thing because I think it will be, I'll just pull out one that is jumping out to me. On the document on page 27 under the Drive Agri-Tourism market growth through increased physical and online connectivity to markets, there's an action in there, action 2.4, which is maybe one of the ones you're referring to, says investigate development of common use digital tools for agri-tourism, including apps which connect visitors with local offerings and deals. As an example of how I would see the team to do that, as you know, we also have a smart region strategy. This would be something that the team would investigate. There are many apps and ag tech technologies that we believe a lot of the businesses within the sector, both within tourism as well, could potentially utilise that may not have any knowledge of those. And so I would anticipate the officer appointed to this role would do those initial investigations. If, for example, there was an opportunity for something to be specifically developed in relation to that, then that might be something that would require some external resources. But, I don't, 2.44, investigate parking and amenity access to key tourism and tourism locations to maximise the experience visitors and minimise the impact on operators and mitigate local resident tourism fatigue. I don't think that requires an external resource. That's something that the person appointed to the role would do. So I think it depends on which action you're referring to. Some of them might be this team, the new person, could be our planning area, it could be working with our colleagues in the IST, information technology area.
Acting CEO.
If I may note, the strategies of council have been designed by officers to meet the strategic direction as set out by councillors. What I can say is that these strategies are the roadmap for us to deliver that strategic vision that council has set. They are not a budget commitment. Each year, council officers prepare what we call zero-based budgeting, which is essentially what is it going to cost this organisation to deliver on the outcomes or the actions contained within our various strategies, and that is always brought before council as for a decision. in the instance where some of those actions may not be supported from a budgetary perspective, then we would then be asking council to make a decision about whether that action is moved outwards to a future year, or whether the action is removed from the strategy, in which case we then communicate back out to the community. So it needs to be very clear that we are not asking council to make a budgetary decision in this in the adoption of this strategy, but to confirm that the strategy it confirms the strategic direction as outlined by council.
Thank you. Further questions, councillors, or Councillor Swamborough?
Yes, thank you. The report also similarly talks a lot about promoting, and I think it uses the word 11 or so, 12, I think it might have been times. That promotion that's going to be done there to promote agribusiness and agri-tourism, I assume we can take the words of the acting CEO and say that that also is not a budget commitment at this point in time, or does that promotion fall within other council departments that already have promotion budgets to use?
I think taking the words of the acting CEO to the point where there is a project in here that requires funding would be brought forward in the appropriate budgetary process as explained by Caroline. In the other part to that question is whereby there's a specific promotion that can be picked up through the other mechanisms that the team are delivering on a regular basis through their destination marketing, through the Visit Scenic Rim website in relation to agri-tourism, for example, the local week agenda that we have, and many of the other promotions that we do that are low cost or no cost to council through public relations. And council would see that we're highly successful, the royal we, I should say, the team and the team that they work with. Susan Packer, we have Kath Rose, who partners with us and does an enormous amount of public relations work, whereby we are able to highlight activities either through agribusiness or agri-tourism. We also partner with Destination Scenic Rim. That's a very strong partnership. It's growing almost daily, and they also are responsible for marketing across the region and are drawing attention to, say, some of the agribusiness operators and agri-tourism operators through their farm gate trails that they are now running quarterly across the region. So whereby we can partner, we will most definitely do that, whereby it can fit into some of the current programs, that uplift will still occur. And then we also partner with our regional tourism organisation, the Brisbane Economic Development Agency, who is the regional tourism organisation charged through Tourism and Events Queensland to deliver marketing and promotion for this region. That rolls up through the Australian Tourism Data Warehouse, and also promotions that we achieve on a regular basis through Tourism Australia, who are delighted to share products and experiences across our region. I think they see the sensational region for what it is, and we often get at no cost media and public relations as a direct result of the work that the team does, and that strategies like this shine the spotlight on.
Thank you. Councillor Swamborough, you have a further
question there. On page 38 of the agenda, under 2.6.5, where it talks about eco-based destination, it says, while there are traditional tourism offerings in the region, such as rainforests, luxury accommodation and adventure activities, this is where the Scenic Rim provides the point of difference in its capacity to offer farm stays, animal experiences, produce showcasing, and all the off-the-beaten-track and sustainable offerings. Is this agri-tourism policy promoting the point of difference in the Scenic Rim as far as tourism goes? Bearing in mind that earlier in the report it talks about 50% of the revenue in tourism is generated, and income is generated by traditional tourism, which is the rainforests, luxury accommodation and adventure trails. The balance is in other parts of the Shire, in the middle and western parts of the Shire, is where this point of difference presumably is, because it's certainly not in the east. So is this agri-tourism policy promoting everything else in tourism except traditional tourism? Is it really pointing and trying to focus on agri-tourism, which is not in the east of the Shire?
Sorry, Councillor, I'm a little surprised by the comment of not valuing the tourism operators in the east, but in any case, what I can say is one of the most significant points of difference for Scenic Rim Region is actually Scenic Rim Region. And that has been shown by the sentiment survey that was conducted internationally, so across the world, where we rated incredibly high in the psyche of I think 21,533 destinations that were surveyed, and our ranking, which I might add outstripped the Gold Coast and others, was certainly something to be proud of. And the point of difference between that and the Lonely Planet naming this as one of the top 10 regions in the world, number 8 of 10 in fact, for it to visit in 2022 in its Lonely Planet guide, I think shows that our point of difference is well and truly a unique selling proposition. What this is saying to us is there is traditional tourism operations in the region. It's identified those that are there. It's saying, though, our unique selling point is the capacity for us to offer different experiences that other regions don't have readily available to them, and we are the envy of. And so whereby it's saying we can produce farm stays and animal experiences, produce showcasing through things like Eat Like a Week and the farm gate trails that I've mentioned, the diversification of agribusinesses, agricultural businesses into agribusiness. It's taking people to some sensational spaces and places across this region that they don't simply have access to in other tourism offerings. And to do that, to achieve eco destination accreditation is an important component. That's been discussed with you separately. As you know, we currently have a grant to deliver on some of that. And we also have a nature-based tourism strategy that is on its way back to Council for a briefing and will be subsequently be looking to be adopted in the near future, has been consulted widely across industry. And I think that what this is trying to do is encapsulate all of those unique selling propositions and to say that there is some structured, sustainable practices that need to be put forward in order for us to not have over-tourism in this place that is so much loved by many.
Thank you. Councillor Enright, you had a further question?
Thank you, Mayor. It's a question to the General Manager. How significant is the agribusiness and the agri-tourism business to our local economy?
They are, in fact, our top 2 industries. When you look at the statistics, I think that are on page, Cameron's just finding it for me, in the roadmap.
Mr Mayor, can I just clarify, Councillor Knight, did you ask agribusiness and agri-tourism or business or tourism and agribusiness?
My question was how significant was agribusiness and agri-tourism to our local economy?
As I said there, the top 2 industries, excuse me, and I think it's also important for you to look at the definition on page 9 of the roadmap, just clarifying which document that I'm in, that defines agribusiness and agritourism for the Scenic Rim. We need to look at it as a shared definition that respects the interdependencies and the differences of both industries. And agribusiness includes industry engaged in agricultural primary production, the manufacture and distribution of farm equipment and supplies, the processing, storage and distribution of farm commodities, and the professional and other services that support the sector. And it goes on in there to talk about in the Scenic Rim what this agricultural activities have contributed to the Scenic Rim. And, you know, it's over 270 million in the statistics that were looked at, which are now a year or 2 old. And so we would imagine we can see that growth through some of the recent statistics that we have done. So I think it's really important to understand that this is about enabling those two key sectors for this region and about sustainability and managing sustainable growth.
Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Swamborough?
Yes, Mr Mayor. Just on that particular issue, the report on page 45 of the agenda lists that just an answer to that question indicates that agribusiness is 14% of our GRP for the region. We don't know exactly what tourism is because ABS don't capture that data specifically, but I imagine it to be somewhere similar in size to that as well. My question is in relation to benchmarks, focusing on agri-tourism. How many agri-tourism operators do we presently have in Scenic Rim?
Through recent investigations, to our knowledge, based on our database of approximately 550 overall tourism operators, approximately 100 of them would be specifically agri-tourism operators, and that's wide range from farm gates to farm stays, wineries, distilleries that come underneath that definition. But then you also have your agricultural producers, which may venture into agri-tourism, but if they are listed as a business, they would be an agribusiness within agriculture. So, yeah, it is a hard, difficult one to specifically identify an exact number.
And if I could just provide a supplementary response to that, if you go to page 50 of the report on the agenda, there is a breakdown of agri-tourism in there. You are correct in your comments around how ABS data is collected, because it's not collected as an entirety, it's collected as accommodation and food and hospitality and the like. But it shows you there the contribution to the Scenic Rim. The tourism split for the Scenic Rim in the east of the region is 50%, central is 32%, and the west is 18%. So just to clarify that, and probably to your point earlier that there isn't a lot of tourism activity in the east.
So further questions, other councillors? Sorry, councillor.
Just in relation to the benchmarks in the report. I struggled when I read the report.
So which page, councillor, are you referring to? Just so
the
that everyone's able.
The benchmarks are in in the roadmap. They're all the ones in the roadmap, Mr. Mayor, for 3 years. The KPIs, if you like, that are set out. Wouldn't it be a KPI to think that if we're going to grow this particular business in agri-tourism, that a KPI would be identifying a benchmark of how many operators we actually have, and then looking every year at how many new entrants there are to the market that might be promoted or be a result of actions that this policy has taken, to give us an indication of whether we're moving forward with this particular policy. I'm only talking about agri-tourism here.
Are you referring to, councillor, the initiatives that are outlined in the roadmap, not actually the policy? The three-year roadmap, so success factors of high reliable water supply, for example, is that what you're referring to? Just in the roadmap.
Referring to the action plan or the roadmap? So
Action plan.
Sorry.
Yes, in the action plan.
Thank you. So, councillors, you have a
page 16 onwards.
10-year roadmap, 3-year action plan. You're referring to the action plan now?
Yes, and Appendix
So
A.
that could be a unit of measure. Other units of measures should be the growth. So similar to when we report on our regional prosperity strategy, we don't report on to say that we've had X amount of new businesses in the region as defining factor, because there could be businesses that have significantly grown in the region and access new markets. So that's a way of a report for our overall for our gross regional product, or our increase in jobs is a way that we would capture that.
Or increase in export. So the benchmarking that the team would do, you've just heard some basic benchmarking that Cameron referred to by the total number of businesses and those that are identifying in that sector, and that's the type of data that implementing this strategy will yield over time as we implement it. And Brenda may have something she wishes to add to that. We'll need to speak up, Brenda.
On page 21 of the action plan, under measurable outcomes or KPIs, there is actually one there, the first dot point, increase in agritourism operators is listed as a KPI.
So can I just ask a clarification from a prior comment? If I reflect back what I think I heard, one of the challenges about identifying the true number of operators is that there are a number of operators who identify statistically as agri-businesses, even though they're participating with agritourism. So the capture at a value level rather than a raw number level is perhaps the stronger indicator. Was that a reasonable understanding of what I heard
correct.
before?
So if we're reporting on the overall value of the economy, it would be captured under, because it's based on ABN, that those operators would be captured under the value of agricultural, forestry and fisheries in ABS.
Thank you. Councillors, any additional clarification? There's been a lot of work here.
Yeah.
Councillor Swanborough.
Just with respect to using gross regional product as a measure, it's quite deceptive, because there's so many other things that are influenced by GRP. I mean, there are things outside most things in the agribusiness sector: the cost of capital, the cost of inputs, the taxation policy, geopolitical considerations, economy, and the price of commodities. For instance, what are they getting for their produce? Are they getting a high value? That'll depend on exchange rate, or a low value. And those things will be the things that have a bigger impact on GRP than what our policy is likely to have. So it's going to be very difficult to measure a lot of the things in this policy to find out if we're actually making a significant difference, especially in the agribusiness sector. And I'm just wondering whether, to me, there's so much work by other bodies, Department of Agriculture, and I think that one of the pages in the report lists all the different agribusiness peak bodies that are acting in this space, which are likely to have more of an impact on growth in the region and their own businesses than what our policy will have. So I'm coming to terms with just how we're going to, we can do a lot of inputs into this policy, which costs a lot of money, costs the ratepayers a lot of money, but actually defining how successful we are going to be is a problem I'm really struggling with in this particular report.
I'm not sure what the question was. Sorry, there's a lot of commentary, Councillor. I was being patient.
The question is, do we have real quantitative KPIs that are going to give us that result?
I'll take that question. Thank you, Councillor. Firstly, this strategy costs the ratepayers zero. I think it's really important to congratulate the team for their ingenuity in getting several grants to fund all of this work now over a couple of years. So the cost to ratepayers, just to be clear, was $0. Secondly, there was lots of things in that statement, and I think what I've gleaned from the question perhaps is the very reason why you put structure and strategy in place is to assist with advocacy, mitigation, risk mitigation, evolution of a local economy. These documents specifically are aimed at doing most of the things that you just pointed out. And I appreciate you pointing out the volume of government departments that have participated in the process with us, because it has been astounding just how welcoming they have been to seeing our council put these documents together. In fact, I think they've indicated, if I'm not mistaken, the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries has indicated to Cameron that we're one of the only local governments, not just in Queensland but in Australia, that has taken this proactive step to be able to quantify and understand these industries and work with them strategically to move them forward. So you're very right in the assumptions that you made there around those other inputs and influences, because they're real. They're real in every industry. What we're aiming to do is to put a strategy in place that helps us advocate, guide, develop, build capacity, overcome. There's a whole range of things that this strategy is going to facilitate, and we need to start somewhere. And the first step was a couple of years ago when the council made a very strategic decision for the officers to access these grants in order to help steward these industries. And sometimes what we are finding in the stakeholder discussions is they don't know what they don't know. So some of the influences that you just talked about, they have literally no clue about, because for obvious reasons, they are working very hard every day to keep those businesses operating. But the partnerships that we have forged with many departments of local government and federal government, in particular DAF and Department of State Development, working with the Office of the Coordinator General, working with the Trade Investment Queensland, we have been able to facilitate some excellent inputs into this region as a result of the advocacy that strategies such as this provide us. So I applaud the council for the steps that you've taken to allow us to apply for these grants, have a zero cost to our ratepayers, but are going to have an enormous investment and benefit to the industries that we're proposing in these strategies.
Thank you. Councillor Chalk, you have a question?
More of a comment, Mr Mayor. By saying it has cost the ratepayers zero, we've got to consider that council staff have been working on this for a considerable amount of time and putting effort into it. So I just wanted to clarify that nothing comes for free. We have invested a little bit in this, but I do understand the premise that we didn't budget a specific amount for it, but nothing comes for free.
I understand that, Councillor, and those were within the current funded positions of council, so it was work taken on within their current roles. Yeah. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Swanbury, you have something further to ask?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. The document talks a lot about capacity building and identity. If a agricultural business in the Scenic Rim doesn't want to identify with a Scenic Rim brand, is that an option for them? Will they still receive the benefits and the support of the council if they're not actively promoting the Scenic Rim brand? As you know, there's words in here that talk about capacity building, a distinct community identity, strengthen and promote a clearly articulated and well-known Scenic Rim regional brand, which attracts strategically aligned investment in agribusiness and agritourism. Is it part of this policy to promote the Scenic Rim Council using agriculture and agricultural businesses and agritourism? Is that a pillar of this particular policy?
I thought that's fairly obvious, and over 10 years of the local wheat credentials that have been built, anyone can hitch their wagon to the Scenic Rim brand. We're not going to take them screaming and kicking to do that. But businesses like Moffat's Carrots that have on their packaging now and have maybe for over 3 or 4 years proudly espoused the virtues of being in the Scenic Rim is something that we would urge other operators to do, because if you hitch your brand to this wagon at the moment that has national and international recognition, then that would likely be a wise strategy. But we're not going to take people kicking and screaming to do that. But this strategy needs to espouse, what we like to see happen from a positive perspective moving forward in the future.
Just a supplementary question. Can you just clarify if businesses that sit on the border but in a different council area have been trying to jump on board with our promotion and aligning themselves with the Scenic Rim brand?
I think that's called a Dorothy Dixer, and as the representative on the Northern Regional Joint Organisation Council, councillor, you know very well that they are more than trying to hitch their wagon to us. They're trying to actually ensure that some of our glory rubs off. And Brenda often tells me when she goes to tourism stakeholder meetings that we are the envy of many, many other regions that have tried to have food offerings and food events and a whole range of other things. But those superficial events do not have the authenticity that is embedded in this region, and the foresight that this council showed more than 10 years ago to start that Eat Local movement. And this is formalising that and taking this to a whole nother level. And there are many examples of businesses in this region now that are working with Trade Investment Queensland on export, and very, very important to that will be espousing the virtues of where they come from. So that sense of place, authenticity, that whole narrative is really fundamental to growing that kind of food movement and reputation.
Thank you. It was purely because I can't make a comment to say that, but keeping in line with our policy thing. But just relation
would have been
to the
invited to make a comment shortly.
Northern Rivers, they are desperately trying to, not desperately, but they really want to come up here and get some of the advice, and they're looking at our roadmap and our agri-tourism to try and not replicate, but try and grow there. So it is something around the neighbouring borders, but not only over the border, but also Logan and Ipswich are also those who used to be in the Beaudesert Shire area using the Scenic Rim name to try and grow their brand.
Yes, I think very soon it'll be Gold Coast in the Scenic Rim, Councillor.
So, thank you, Councillor. Any further questions, councillors? Sorry, Councillor Swanbury, yes?
Yes, Mr Mayor, on page 47 of the report, it talks about Initiative 1.1, and it says support and advocate for the development of an investment-grade business case for the Water for World irrigation project. Action 1.1.1, provide council support or resourcing to assist the progression of the Water for World project through to detailed business case fails. Does that open the door for future funding for the Water for World project and to be funded by ratepayers?
Yes and no. So the first part, yes. The whole strategy of putting this in this strategy was that it will open the door for future funding for the Water for Worrell, which, as you know from many briefings in the past, from the Water for Worrell Limited Group, that is for them to work with the state government for the submission into the national the fund of a National Water Grid Fund through the federal government. Whether it opens the door for further funding from the council would need to be on a business case, and it would need to be a determination of this table as to whether or not that was a valuable investment. We were very strategic in building this in here. Councillors know that we have basically already supported that, and we have worked with them to move it forward. It's sitting with the state to go on to the federal government. But critical to some of that assessment by the federal government is to see how important that is in the strategic setting of this region. And so it was very deliberate that we identify this work in here. And as councillors know, we have already progressed that quite considerably with that amazing group of producers in the region that are advocating for this project.
Can I just supplementary to that? Any of those activities have always been transparent through our budget process, our operational planning process, where it's a new initiative, and that would continue to be the process should there be any additional specific beyond the normal expected conversation of officers with the wide range of economic development operators in the region.
That's correct, Mayor. And if you recall, I did bring forward, I think I presented it at maybe the Boona, one of the meetings in Boona. We did bring forward a report to council to identify that the funding that was being allocated to assist with that business case initially was coming from already allocated budget, and we did not ask for any additional costs to council at that time.
Thank you. Councillor Swanbury again.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Reading the report as a whole, I noticed that it encompasses a whole range of council activities which are funded and budgeted for across a multitude of areas. These include roads and drainage, transport, bridges, waste, promotion, events, technology, water supply, workforce and public amenities. Does this policy open the door for funding decisions to be made in any of those areas based on this particular policy?
Do you have a particular page, or you've just done an audit of those references? Sorry, just to check.
Sorry?
Did you have a particular page to reference?
Oh, I haven't. I prefaced my comments by saying, reading this report as a whole, I identified all of those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 areas of council business that are directly related to this policy. So the question is, does that open the door for decisions to be made in all those other areas based on this particular policy?
Thank you for your question, Councillor. I think that might have been answered earlier when the Acting CEO gave an overview of how strategies across the organisation are dealt with. What this does, though, is put front and centre, working with our colleagues, regional prosperity colleagues, working with planning, working with drainage, working with building or plumbing, working with asset and environmental sustainability on capital projects. It puts front and centre some of the issues that the stakeholders have identified, things that council would need to look at. It also opens up the door for future funding opportunities and grants, and it goes to the same point I made earlier about why we put Water for Worrell in here. We had recent feedback from the State Government Department of Local Government, whatever the name is this week, that really important to them when they see grant applications is how those issues are addressed in strategic documents. And so whereby there have been issues raised through stakeholders that may need to be worked through collaboratively with our colleagues, that process has been openly put forward in this strategy. That is, as the Acting CEO pointed out earlier, by no means tying the council to an additional budgetary input as a result of that, unless, of course, it was properly negotiated, put through a budget process as a business case or a new initiative and was deliberated on by this table.
Thank you. Councillors, we've had a fair wide range questions through there. I was now going to see if there were any particular comments that councillors had that would add to the consideration of the content of the report. Otherwise, I'll move forward to seek the introduction of the recommendation for this item.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. The size of the recommendation matches the size of the project and the importance of it, I believe. So before you is a 5-point recommendation that says that 1, Council adopt the Scenic Rim Agribusiness and Agritourism 10-year roadmap 2022 to 2023 and
2032.
Oh, 32, sorry. I'm getting so excited. I muddled up my reading. So let me say that again. The roadmap is 2022 to 2032 and the Scenic Rim Agribusiness and Agritourism 3-year action plan from 2022 to 2025. That Council note, a limited number of A4 copies of the roadmap and action plan will be produced and distributed to key stakeholders involved in its development. 3, that Council recognise the source of funding to deliver the Scenic Rim Agribusiness and Agritourism Industry Development Program provided under the Bushfire Recovery Fund administered by the Department of Employment, Small Business and Training. 4, that Council recognise and thank PricewaterhouseCoopers and the Scenic Rim Agribusiness and Agritourism Industry Steering Group, all the businesses, producers, key stakeholders, chambers of commerce, Destination Scenic Rim and the relevant government agencies and Council's Regional Prosperity and Communications team for their contributions that have resulted in the success of the development and delivery of the Scenic Rim Agribusiness and Agritourism Industry Development Program. And 5, that Council delegate authority to the Acting Chief Executive Officer to make minor grammatical and formatting changes to the Scenic Rim Agribusiness and Agritourism Industry 10-year roadmap and 3-year action plan, if required, after adoption and prior to publishing on Council's website for public access, noting any such changes will be advised to councillors prior to publishing. And if I could, Mayor, there's a correction in that last point. If we could please remove the words industry from there. The title of the document is Scenic Rim Agribusiness and Agritourism 10-Year Roadmap.
Thank you. Noting that recommendation, I seek a mover. Councillor Enright, thank you. Any additional questions? Councillors? Any additional comment? Any additional discussion? I would just add a piece of discussion that observes this is, from my point of view, a very exciting piece of work. We've encouraged the development of this through our strategic setting. The reality is that so much of our time and investment beyond the road network is actually focused around our residential areas and trying to deal with the challenges of growth in those areas. But the foundation of our region has always been its rural precincts, its rural brand reputation, its capabilities across a wide range of rural pursuits, agricultural pursuits. Those have been the foundation and need to continue to provide for, as the report says, to provide for both feeding and clothing, and providing for all of those residential areas that mostly in a state level sit to our north and east. And this project pays full respect, I believe, to recognising the importance of ensuring and supporting the sustainability of those rural primary production activities into the future, and ensuring that they remain not low income but actually respected, capable opportunities for people to generate meaningful futures for themselves and their families intergenerationally. Sorry, Councillor McConnell.
Yeah, just in relation to discussion. In relation to discussion, we did have some concerns during the production of this strategy in relation to the level of commitment between agribusiness and agritourism, acknowledging the fact that it's very hard to identify who sits in which group, because sometimes the agribusiness is their primary, but they also have a percentage that's agritourism. Around the table, are we satisfied that the strategy appropriately provides the focus on agribusiness, which is our major industry within the Scenic Rim? Are we happy that it provides that focus?
Councillor McInnes.
Yes, Mayor, I might answer that, seeing as I was one of the ones who raised that, and I think staff have done quite a good job in trying to separate it as much as possible. It's not, and we could argue the tosses with different businesses. I think there are different needs for tourism, and I think that's where we should and have separated as much as possible. But it's you can't treat agribusiness just the same as agritourism, and I think staff have done a fairly good job in separating it as much as possible. So it's I commend the staff for that, and it's never going to be perfect, and we can argue the toss on certain businesses, no doubt, which category they fall into, but I think generally I agree with what they've done.
Sorry, Councillor Chalk and then Councillor West.
Yeah, like Councillor McGuinness, I was one that was concerned about the relationship between these two strategies and setting them side by side, whether we'll get the focus where it needs to be and how we're going to manage that investment to make sure that we get the best benefit for each industry. While I'm not 100% comfortable, it'll be something that I will keep a close eye on in this implementation to make sure that the investment is going in the right direction and we see some results for both of these industries. So, yeah, while I had a different opinion on this during its development, I will support it as best as possible. And as I said, we'll monitor that point pretty closely over while I sit in this chamber.
Councillor West, you were looking.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I just want to also thank the officers who did spend a lot more time with the consultants, with a lot of our primary producers, smaller family farming operators who kind of stood back to begin with and maybe were not sure about this. But I certainly think since they've had so much more emphasis and in consultation with them over the more lengthy process, they are looking forward positively to the 3-year action plan. So I feel very positive for them, and I guess for them, for a lot of them, they didn't put themselves in the agritourism business because that's not what they are, and they felt a bit like they had been left behind. But they're looking forward optimistically now, so thank you.
Okay. Any other feedback? I would just add comment. I think it is a tough balance. I think Councillor McConnell, it's a great question. The challenge I see that we have in this space, and there's a few hints in here, the landscape around land use and carbon trading and carbon management and sequestration, etc., all of those issues are taking on massive acceleration, both locally and overseas. The expectations at a federal political level around carbon targets will inevitably have massive impacts right through the value chain, certainly for a region that has the majority of its land footprint. This is sort of how I have to look at it. The majority of our land footprint is dedicated to use for agricultural production, primary production of some form. We need to be, as a council, really paying attention and thinking about the advocacy where those policy settings at a federal level call out change. We do have a role to play because the industry bodies look at it as Australia-wide and won't call out our unique circumstance. We have an absolute opportunity. We've got the clarity of a plan here that gives us a seat to demonstrate at the table the support that's needed for our farmers to have viability through that process, and to call on the government of the day to ensure they provide the right support for those changes to be implemented, rather than just saying it's your problem now, which if we don't carry that voice on their behalf, who will? So that's why this document provides a lot of focus for advocacy, data, clarification, engagement, and it's now created a set of communication channels which I think we continue to sustain as well. So that's my view on the value it's created into that sector. Thank you for the discussion. Any other discussion, councillors? If not, I seek a seconder. Councillor McConnell. Councillor Knight, you wish to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. I certainly endorse these comments that were held in that comment, and fully endorse the agribusiness and agritourism 10-year roadmap and 3-year action plan, because it recognises the largest sector of our local economy, and that is agriculture. But it also supports a growing important sector of our local economy, and that is agritourism. I congratulate our team for the work they have done to get these two documents to this standard and to this table for approval, particularly through the way that it's been done, the engagement with our producers, and I'd like to recognise and thank the 60+ local farmers, producers and operators, and the supporting service businesses, as well as the many state government departments, the peak service bodies, and of course being led by PricewaterhouseCoopers, certainly added a great deal of credibility through this process. I'd like to also recognise the team for the work they have done in driving this through this process, particularly through the fact that it was fully grant funded through the Bushfire Recovery Fund and other grant avenues. I think this has shown the capability of our staff to look at opportunities, to use grant funding, to develop support and strategies for our businesses that drive this local economy. So congratulations and thank you for the work you've done.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor McConnell?
Yeah, well, I'd like, fully endorse what Councillor Enright has just articulated, and also to thank the council officers and executives for listening to the councillors, and especially where we brought some concerns in regards to the focus on agritourism, not agribusiness, and the additional consultation that was done. Although, you know, it's still a long way to go. It's definitely a start, and something that I think we'll find some other councils out there will grab that, and we may see some additional policies in adjoining councils similar to this. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. You wish to speak? Councillor Chalk?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think this is probably a long overdue document for this region. As mentioned many times today, agribusiness is our largest industry by a fair margin. It's the foundation of our region as well. Everything that we are, I believe, has come from our roots in the agriculture industry. So this document sort of identifies to strengthen this in our region, which is only a good thing. Something that wasn't lost on me when I ran for this office, that we didn't have something like this in place for our largest industry. We have a very good economic development team inside council who have done wonderful things for other areas, and you know, I think it's well and truly time to let them loose on agribusiness. And for me, like I said earlier in my comments, you know, it would be a real key thing for me to really keep a sharp eye on the investment that's going into each of these, and make sure that you know, it is comparative to, you know, what the size of the industry that we have in this region. So, you know, I fully endorse these strategies and look forward to seeing how they're implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor Enright, wish to close? We put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? The motion's carried. Division, I'll call for division. Those in favour, Mayor, Division 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Against Division 1. Thank you, councillors. I'm going to adjourn there until 11:10 for us to have a brief comfort stop morning tea for those in the gallery, time to get a cuppa. But in closing, that's a major piece of work and a major decision, and I really do want to just thank the GM and manager and the team who've worked with that, but also also please thank the consultants for going back and having those additional conversations and the listening, ensuring the clarity of that dialogue. I think that's an important piece of this that we need to continue to foster. Thank you very much. We're adjourned. Thank you, councillors and officers. Thank you to the gallery for your understanding. We're now continuing on with the ordinary meeting, and we move forward to item 10.3, which is the monthly financial report from June, which we knew was delayed for end of year reasons. And we turn to the GM Council Sustainability to introduce this on page 92 of today's agenda.
Thank you, Matthew. Yes, and good morning to everyone in the chambers and to those listening in the public online gallery. Item 10.3 is indeed titled Council Monthly Financial Report for June 2022. This matter is effectively illustrating the financial performance and position of the Scenic Regional Council compared to its adopted budget as at 30 June 2022. And yes, rightly so, there is a bit of a delay, and that's essentially associated with the finalisation of the year end. It is now tabled for consideration following those necessary financial adjustments, year-end financial adjustments, and as per the standard monthly reporting, I'll go through some key points and highlight some aspects, but I didn't intend to focus too much today, as Council will have the opportunity to have an in-depth analysis of not only the financial metrics for the 2021-2022 financial year, but also the other key achievements and highlights when the annual report is tabled for consideration. In terms of timing for that, Council is required to adopt the annual report 1 month after the Auditor General signs off on Council's general purpose financial statements for 21-22. And Council is now in a position to have these statements finalised and progress to the Audit and Risk Committee for clearance and eventual sign-off by the Auditor General on 7th of October. So around 1 month after that, the annual report will make its way to Council for consideration. So for June 2022, we see a financial result where we're reporting a slight operating surplus of 82,000. That may appear minor, but it is quite favourable when you look at the original budget or the revised budget, where it was intending to be a 2.445 operating deficit, so a $2.363 million turnaround. In saying that, however, it should be put into context in the way Council is required to report in an accrual basis for financial purposes. And on that account, we see significant revenue being received prior to 30th of June that really has expenditure scheduled for this financial year in 22-23. So we're recognising the revenue, but there's no expenditure tied to it. So that makes our position favourable for the year. But what that could impact in next year is, because you don't recognise the revenue, you're recognising the expenditure, that could mean an operating deficit. And that includes transactions like with the adjusted redistribution of the 22-23 financial assistance grants allocation. We see an extra 986,000 being paid to Council, along with some disaster management associated subsidies amounting to about 800,000 that are really for the 22-23 financial year. Additionally, we continue to see favourable market conditions bolster Council's fees and charges income by around 576,000, and that's really detailed on page 6 of 12 of the attachment, or 101 of the agenda. And these are the fees and charges with building other services, subdivisions and the like. Subdivision search fees, change of ownership fees. From an operating expenditure side of things, what is reflected is a slight netted overspend of 542,000. I highlight netted due to the fact that $2.2 million in overspend is related to recent disaster events that weren't necessarily incorporated into the budget, but also some underspends associated with salary and wages, and about 1.179 million in grant-funded expenditure that will actually be sought to be considered or sought to be carried forward into the 22-23 financial year, which is an item later today. From a capital works delivery perspective, it should be understood that whilst items are strategically budgeted for in relevant financial years, some projects are actually planned for delivery over a number of calendar or financial years, where initially the requirement from a financial aspect is for commitment from council to commence the projects. In respect to 21-22 financial year, the revised capital works programs actually amounted to about 87.966 million, with, as at 30th of June, for this report, we've indicated an expenditure of around 39.082 million being financially expended. The balance of the unexpended budget, around 48.88 million, some 31.185 million of this is actually being planned for expenditure beyond the original 30 June 2022 timeframes. And similarly, I'm sure, like other businesses and service providers all around, we're well aware of the associated impacts with weather and COVID-related disruptions with inventory and goods and services procurement. They've all hindered all the best laid out plans that when council adopts a budget, that sort of program, it impacts those deliveries. For the June monthly financial report, the only other financial metric I'd like to make mention of is, whilst as at 30th of June, council does appear to have a healthy cash balance of around 59.113 million. This really needs to be considered and taken in conjunction with the restricted cash component amounts. And there's additional further operating and cash related carry forward considerations that need to be factored into that 59.11 million. They're the main aspects, Mr. Mayor and Councillors, and certainly open now for any further queries should there be any arising.
Thank you, GM. Councillors? Any points to clarify there? Councillor McGuinness?
Yes, Mayor. If I could ask the GM, in operating expenditure on page 96, you talk of current vacancy rate is, which as we all know, it's been down for some time, and we're using contractors, but I note in materials and services, has the contractors, it's not picked up on that side, which I would have expected it to be. That materials and services, they were, well, they were 2.2% higher. I would have thought quite a proportion of that would have been due to contracted services that we're using rather than labour, where we've got labour shortage.
I'm just opening up my report again. It just crowed. Could you just say the page number again, Councillor?
96.
96. Okay.
1 of 12.
Summary. There are, and I mean, obviously, there's probably one of the factors is there's some adjustments that have been affected. We always talk about the budget in the financial sense, whilst it's split between salaries and wages and materials and services. At times during the subsequent budget reviews, there would have been some facilitation between the two budgets to say that some salaries and materials budget was transferred over to materials and services to cover the like. So I'm not sure whether that's answering the question, but in terms of is that what you're trying to say about?
Yeah, but you would have expected it.
An overspend.
Some change in budget.
If I may add,
Acting CEO.
through the chair, it is important to note that in the budget amendments that occur periodically through the year, officers have made every endeavour to transfer or to journal expenses from employee expenses into materials and services, so that accurately reflects how we are engaging those employees. As you can see, net employee expenses as at year end is is only 1% lower than budget as a result of that. Obviously, not directly, we have a significantly larger materials and services budget than we do employees, so it doesn't have as much of an impact on the other side of the equation. From a monetary perspective it does, but not from a percentage perspective. Also, as Oliver noted, materials and services have been steadily impacted by the increasing cost and availability issues as well. So there's going to be some swings and roundabouts there in terms of impact on materials and services costs throughout the year.
Could I just ask a supplementary to Councillor McGuinness's, because as you've just indicated, materials and services is quite a broad bucket, and there are indicators there, and I recall in conversations earlier in the year, it's difficult to get that totally balanced because, even in here, materials and services were over $500,000 lower than budget, and that can be because of the timing of being able to progress with things, the availability of things coming in, a number of reasons that the materials side of some of that is also up and down, and the timing swings. So unless you go down another layer to understand what's moved in the substreams of that, it's hard to, and that really is further down in the report. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. Page 7 to 12 of the report, or I'm just getting the page 102 of the agenda, just shows you that, whilst the 598 underspend is there, it shows you, there's a pluses and minuses in the various sort of programs. So it's certainly trying to get down to that nth level. You can't pinpoint in terms of which particular aspects. All areas are there's some slight overspends in some, and there's some underspends in others. But generally, it's that tries to paint a picture of where those slight variances are.
Councillor McGuinness, sir?
I accept that, but I also look at on page 99, employee expenses. We really didn't change the budget too much during the year, which I should have picked up on earlier in relation to your question at 38.8 and then just over 39. So it didn't really change, to any extent, and but except the materials and services side of things, but it's not one up and the other down. In total, there I'm not reading in the budget side of things.
Sorry, Councillor, can I just clarify? I think the table you're looking at, the explanation of is that whilst the line item in the budget, the budget stayed the same, so there was clarity about the funding for positions. I'm going to do the layperson's version of this. When it came to transactions to fund those positions through contractors or otherwise, those expenses were drawn down against this budget area, and that's why you see the expenses still carry through, because you're not seeing whether the expense was a paid salary or a paid contract, effectively. You're just seeing the net reconciliation. That's not to be interpreted as that was all applied to direct headcount. It was applied to, some of it was journaled across to pay for contracts, which is what we expected to be happening and made sure was picked up. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. And I guess some of those things where we've supplemented some of those service deliveries through engagement contracts, I'd have to go and get a quantum of that, and maybe a lot of that contract stuff is already contained in the materials and services. I'm looking at Chris in terms of my fellow general manager in terms of what aspects, and I haven't got that with me now to say, have we converted a great deal of vacant staff into contract, or was that already existing? So that's not, I haven't got that information on me, but it certainly there's not many.
GM, Asset Environment sustainability?
There's certainly been some small amount of supplementary of vacancies with contracted staff, but to actually have the exact figure here today, I wouldn't have that.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Further clarifications, councillors? Councillor Enright?
Thank you, Mayor. On the page 101, there's a very positive increase against budget in fees and charges under the other building and property related revenue. So almost a 60% increase on the revised budget. I was just wondering what additional items are included in that general revenue category.
Thanks, Councillor Wright, for that question. And I think I touched on that briefly, and focusing on the favourable, I guess, conditions that still existent within the region. But within that particular category, you've got property search fees, which potentially lead up to change of ownership for properties being affected and sold. You've got planning-related fees and charges, including applications, subdivision fees, and survey fees, and op works fees. So, as a direct result, that certainly portrays some of that confidence still within the region around some of the housing sector and growth.
That's certainly a positive response. Yep.
Thank you.
You
have
another question?
A supplementary to that? Another question. Councillor Swamber is waiting. I'll go to Councillor Swamber and come back to you. Yep.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good choice.
Ask the question, Councillor. Ask the question, Councillor.
My question's on page 103. And it's a topic that we've discussed before, but it's in relation to council reseals, which is halfway up the page. The indication is we had a budget of 3.1 million and it went up to 3.7 million, and then for some reason it went down a little bit, but the unspent money in that particular year seems to be 4.7 million. Just what is the state of our reseals?
Pass to my fellow GM in Oliver to explain the reasoning behind how it's shown here, as I am aware that we did spend within $300,000 of the reseal program on resealing a number of roads. It may have to do with the capitalisation of work in progress and how that's then reported financially. So I'll pass to Oliver.
Yeah, obviously these this monthly financial report is reflective of all the adjustments and the necessary in and out. So it's showing a negative, but it's been transferred out. So rather than expensed in that material services, it's then shown on the balance sheet as capital works or in WIP if it's not yet completed fully.
Okay, so the work has been done, is that what you're saying?
Yes. And look, from an engineering point of view, the work has been done within $300,000 of what was actually was allocated to that work.
Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Enright, you had another question.
Thank you, Mayor.
I hadn't forgotten.
Also on page 103, just clarification on the description on the right-hand two columns. Is the right-hand column really what feeds into the carry forwards?
For the benefit of those listening, Councillor, you're referring to under capital expenditure, the columns on the right-hand side is the year-to-date variance, which is where some of that journaling out takes place, and then the final right-hand column is beyond June 2022 revised budget, which is is effectively the reference to anything that wasn't
Beyond.
expensed. Just for the clarity now, for the answer, please, GM.
That's pretty much, you've said the answers in that commentary, Mr. Mayor. I guess the year-to-date variance is just that. It's the year-to-date actual less the year-to-date revised budget. And the final column beyond beyond June 2022 revised budget amount is really an estimate of the budget of works that are scheduled for beyond the 30th of June that weren't necessarily, they were incorporated as part of the 2021-2022 budget, but due to planning and everything else, there was no, rather than indicate that the whole 87 was scheduled to be delivered within the 12 months, there was some indication there that at least $31 million of that $87 million in capital works was scheduled for outward years.
Thank you. Other clarifications, councillors?
Another one.
Councillor Enright.
Page 107 on the outstanding rate debtors. So the rates debtors by category shows 29% in general rates, but the figure in the table shows 3.252 million, which represents a greater amount than 29% of the total debtors outstanding. So just wanted clarification on that one.
Thank you, Councillor Enright. It's good to get some really good people looking into and keeping us honest, us officers honest when it comes to this. That's a really good pickup. Obviously, the column where it says outstanding rates by debtors category is exactly that. That's a true value of the rates outstanding at that particular time. The graph above that actually represents, it's a system statistic that actually includes any prepayment of rates. So throughout the year, customers will have a scheduled prepayment, and any prepayments net off the actual rates due in that sense. So, we could probably just add a label, a little asterisk in there that includes netting off of prepaid rates, and then down the bottom, it's a manual report that excludes the prepayments to give you a true reflection of actual rates outstanding.
Thank you for that clarification. Further questions? If not, I'll ask the GM to introduce the recommendation for this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recommendation is that Council receive the unaudited financial statements for the period ended 30 June 2022 for the financial year 2021-2022.
Seek a mover. Councillor McGuinness. Any additional questions, councillors? Any additional discussion? Not seek a seconder. Councillor West. Councillor McGuinness, you wish to speak?
I'm right, thanks, Mayor.
Anyone wishing to seek leave to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? If not, we put the motion. Those in favour? That's carried. We move to item 10.4 on page 108 of your agenda, councillors, and GM, we're back in your hands.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. It just seems, now that we've finished the June, it seems a misstep. We'll jump straight into August. Anyways, as tabled for consideration is the August 2022 monthly financial report. Similar with the tabling of the July 2022 report, at this stage of the financial year, the metrics are generally in line with the budget expectations, albeit there in the commentary explained the anomaly with continuation of 2021-2022 projects that have yet to be formally carried forward and incorporated into the 2022-23 budget. The report details the background around the operating surplus of the 631,000 and the 5.065 million capital expenditure, respectively. What I will allude to is the month of August. We've had the issuance of the first half rates levy, and I'd like to just sort of highlight how that's unfolded as compared to the budget. As you can see on the, when I go there, page 115 of the agenda in the statement of comprehensive income, you can see that as a highlight as compared to the budget year to date, which is basically half of the rates and utility charges. We'll see a slight variance of under expenditure of about 60,000, which again are highlighted in the July report. That's pretty good in the scheme of 31.56 million expectations. But interestingly, what's highlighted in that, on top of the continuing fees and charges, there's an additional 358,000 as per budget. So that's showing that further confidence in the region with building and planning related aspects. So that's really good. But what we're seeing is with the discounts and remission, it might only be a small amount there, but it's really showing, based on historic trends, it's showing more people are in a position to have paid their rates and taken up that discount as compared to previous years. So, whether that paints a picture with the impacts and recovery through COVID and whatnot, it's certainly one of those minor positives that we'd like to highlight and certainly show appreciation to those that have taken up that. Additionally, just on the back of that, page 12 of the report, or page 123 of the agenda, just in that rates outstanding column, as pointed out by Councillor previously, you can see the comparative as of August from 2022 and 2021. In the current rates levy, you can see there's about a $900,000 variance between the two. There's 4.5 million outstanding from the current levy this time as compared to last year, and that's a direct result of, you recall, the COVID stimulus initiatives where there was an additional 30 days in discount that was afforded, and really residents took that opportunity to have the funds in their bank for 30 days longer, and then obviously without then that was to compensate some of the impacts associated with COVID. Other than that, August was a fairly straightforward year. Level of assurance is that level of assurance that employees were paid and all our creditors and everyone was paid is also evident. So similarly, Mr. Mayor, certainly open it up for any further queries for the month of August.
Thank you. Councillors, any questions on August accounts? If not, Jim, I'll get you to introduce the recommendation for this item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recommendation is that Council receive the unaudited financial statements for the period ended 31 August 2022 for the financial year 2022-2023.
Seeker mover. Councillor West. Any additional questions? Any additional discussion? Seeker seconder. Councillor Enright. Councillor West, you wish to speak?
Really just to say, look, this is early in the new financial year, so nothing much there to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to seek leave to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Put the motion. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move now to item 10.5 on page 124 of the agenda, and GM, we're back with you for the carry forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, 10.5 is the 2022-2023 carry forward budget review. I guess we've raised the notion of the carry forward on the two previous matters now. This is now the formal tabling for consideration of the 2021-2022 financial year carry forwards to be for incorporation into the current 2022-2023 annual budget. To add some further context, Mr. Mayor, I guess everyone's aware Council begins each financial year with a budget with timing sort of projects built into it, and in balancing the needs of council delivery against weather impacts and further grant-funded projects, notifications and success. The program, both capital and operating, may need to be altered to compensate and adjust to these matters. For instance, each successful grant-funded project may alter the delivery of other projects as we try and put some impetus to getting those grant-funded projects delivered on time, so that it certainly paints council a good picture when it comes to attracting and delivering on those grants. And also where projects are delivered over a number of years or in future years. And this is where, as officers and putting the budget together, we seek that level of flexibility. And this budget review certainly is undertaken in accordance with Council's budget review policy. So the carry forward budget process identifies projects and service deliverables that weren't necessarily fully delivered in the prior budget as at 30th of June, and seeks consideration from Council incorporating this formally into the current budget. The priority from officers has been to carefully reconcile grant-funded items, both capital and operating, to ensure Council meets its funding service obligations. Additionally, there have been some operational service deliveries seeking consideration from Council to ensure finalisation of projects that have already been committed to. For 2021-2022, the carry forward budget review key movements have been, we've seen a consideration to carry forward revenue of $2.519 million, which is made up of about $1.367 million in expenditure that was undertaken in 21-22 for the November and February emergent works associated with the recent rain events. Now, the expenditure is in the previous year, but the claim will be paid into this year. So that offsets some of that aspects. And also there's the balance of it really is to do with other grant funded programs that's detailed on page 4 of 32 of the report, or page 131 of the agenda. Conversely, on the expenditure side of things, where this matter seeks consideration to carry forward around $2.623 million in expenditure, and that relates to grant funded around $1.304 million of materials and services and employee expenses to ensure meet our grant funding obligations. And the balance are materials and services where commitment for delivery of services and all purchases have already been entered into by our council. This results in a net operational position reduction of about $103,000, meaning that when council adopted the budget originally, back in July, I should say, we had a forecasted operating surplus of $183,000. Now, the impact of this carry-forward budget reduces... we had an original operating budget surplus of $286,000. Now, this carry-forward budget results in a reduction of that of about $103,000 to now a forecasted budgeted operating surplus of $183,000. From a capital works perspective, it's been detailed that $44.556 million has been considered a carry forward, and the report highlights all those individual aspects as to where what those items are. And I guess whilst that seems a high amount, it should be understood that whilst, as I pointed out earlier, whilst the items are strategically budgeted for in that relevant year, some projects are planned for delivery over a number of calendar/financial years. And the importance around getting the council commitment to undertake those projects at the very start is paramount.
Councillors, just to add it's probably worth noting Oliver's earlier comment in this meeting that of that budget, $31 million was in fact always intended to be carried forward for future years. Your
key factors associated with the capital carry forward include Mayor and Councillors, the $15 million in unallocated capital works associated with the council's debt refinancing program. Remembering also that of that 15, 2.542 had been allocated in this year already for strategic land purchases at Tamboree Mountain. There's $7 million in roads, bridges and drainage footpath works. There's about $9.1 million in specifically multi-year projects, and largely most of those are associated with the Vibrant and Active Towns and Villages program. There's about $3.9 million in fleet replacement works, and we all know the logistical issues with getting fleet and vehicles replaced. And there's an additional around $4.9 million in facility works that are scheduled to be rolled out as well. And I guess it's worth pointing out again, and we've continued to sort of reiterate this message, but there's been a multitude of factors throughout the 21-22 financial year that has hindered the service delivery, ranging from direct impacts associated with the COVID-19 pandemic, influence in the supply chain logistics, availability, delays and delivery, etc., along with, what's sort of pointed out before, the recruitment, fulfilment of various staff vacancies. So the resulting, it's also worth pointing out that part of this carry forward budget review, we see cashing actually increases by $5.047 million, and that's really largely due to the Queensland Government domestic waste levy reimbursement. They've had that approach where they've paid the 3 levies in advance, which is inclusive of the 2022-23 as well as the 2 future years. So that's, to take that into account, whilst that's extra cash in our banks, it's restricted cash because there's a specific purpose for those funds. Now, touching on the other key aspect in regards to when it comes to consideration for budget review, from the sustainability measure point of views, which are highlighted in page 156 of the agenda. I'll just pay particular attention to 3 ratios. You can see with that 103,000 reduction in our operating surplus, that reduces the operating surplus ratio by 0.1. The original budget was at 0.3. It's now reduced to 0.2, which is still in line with the target, the measures, the ratios are identified by the department when it comes to sustainability. With the asset sustainability ratio, you can see with the carry forward of the capital works program, and in particular the renewals component, this has seen the ratio increase from 83.8% to now 109.2%, which exceeds the existing ratio, which is set at greater than at least 90%. And I touched on that cash aspect before. Whilst the cash ratio now is sitting at 4.2, as originally adopted up from the 3.5, that's largely taken into account the it's an accounting reflection, and it does take into account the additional forward payment of the waste levy reimbursement by the Queensland Government, and that those funds, whilst they're in our bank account, are restricted for the purposes of reimbursing those back to the state. They pay it to us, but we reimburse it back. So, Mr. Councillors, that's the sort of a wrap up of what's not a quick synopsis of what's contained in the report. Happy now to take any further queries, either by myself or fellow executives around particular matters in the carry forward budget considerations.
Thank you, GM. Councillors, we'll come to points for clarification. Councillor Swamborough, you have a question?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Just at the start, when we adopted the budget, did we identify programs or capital expenditure which we believed were 2 years or 3 years, multiple years, as opposed to single years. Was that flagged? Is that flagged in the financial reporting at all?
It's, I guess, as a general precursor, and I'll certainly allow Chris to add input, but from and again, from a pure monthly financial reporting, I guess when Chris and the team set out to project these, they won't necessarily know what they don't know at that point in time when adopting the budget. But when it becomes, some of those planning aspects in terms of turnaround times for supply of those things, then there's a continual adjustment, and that period 13 reflection reporting, then that'll be updated accordingly. Like, as of when we adopt the budget, for all intents and purposes, I guess at that point in time, notwithstanding other factors, we'll intend to try and deliver. But as we get closer and become aware of it and what those amounts add up to, then we'll report those into those monthlies.
So thank you, Oliver. Yeah, maybe not necessarily entirely within the financial reporting. I know when we put forward for funding like bridge renewal and National Heavy Vehicle Safety Productivity Program, they're generally 2 and 3 year programs. A lot of grants are now for projects recognise the fact that there's a fair bit of scoping, design or detailed design required, and then may require service relocations. So a lot of the funding agreements we sign are for 2 or more years, and generally when that is brought to council, how it's actually specified within the documents is as Oliver's outlined, with that period 13 as a guide. And I do agree with what Oliver has said too, that as the year progresses, we do find other unrealised impacts that may push that volume in that period 13 higher than we originally had planned. And probably 2 of the biggest impacts from last year were around availability of resourcing and materials, as well as weather impacts that actually did impact that amount that would be carried forward.
Could I ask a supplementary question to Councillor Swanber's question, perhaps a slightly different way? And this is particularly for either GM particularly. Is it from that comment, there are projects that we know are projects that we expect when we put them in the budget will be greater than a 12-month window, but we're required to show particularly where the funding is derived from, it has to be shown in the year and then roll forward. But your other examples were projects that we intended to deliver in the year, but events have caused them to run to a different phasing, and we've had those discussions through the year. What's difficult in these numbers, which we've discussed before, is the clarity around what are the ones that we had a full expectation were multi-year and there's this much rolling over. What were the ones that have been delayed due to materials impacts, disaster impacts? Is that a bit of the question, the 2 different pieces?
Yeah, you're right in both occasions. What I'm trying to come to terms with is to how we judge performance, if you know what I mean. Like, you've got these different categories, but we've got this revolving category of, we start off, it's going to be a 1-year project. We run into problems and all of a sudden we categorise it as a 2-year project because it's got to go on.
So that's my point. That's not how it gets categorised. So that's why, and Councillor, you'll recall we've had this discussion a few times. Accounting doesn't cope with the level of understanding we're trying to gain. And accounting shows it all as period 13 or carry forward. And there's a series of questions that we continue to grapple with that sit behind the commentary from the GM Asset Environment Sustainability. So is it, to help that, is it possible, I think if we chunk through those big lumps, that 15 million, we all understand that 15 million is carried forward because we're still making decisions. That one's easy. But of the rest of carry forward, let's leave aside discussions about operating expense, but in capital, is it possible, perhaps to help if I may, Councillor, what dollar value of that was always planned when we started last year as being a multi-year expense because of the funding we were seeking or had gained, as opposed to the whole bucket?
Yeah, look, I don't question that at all. I understand if we get funding and the money comes in, late or something, it's obviously it's a multi-year project. But where we don't have supply problems, where we have the workforce, where the weather is right, and we have a one-year project, how do we judge that you completed that project within 12 months?
It's always been the aim that the Capital Works update would provide that information. And so the reality of it is that's where that information is available. It's apparent to me that it's not as clearly available as it potentially needs to be, and hence I've taken on board previous comments around it needs to be an easy, ready reckoner of how to analyse and see what projects have been delayed for what reason, and whether it's as you mentioned for no other reason other than it's not been attended to. So we're looking at a colour-coded system, and also we've already started with putting whether a project's a multi-year, a single one-off, and that sort of thing within that. So I think that's where you would address that, and that then flows into the period 13 reporting that comes through into the budget.
So I'm just going to stick with this. See if I can. So the GM might be able to help to clarify, because that's been the constant wrestle. So perhaps, GM, if you could just work through some answers to what is actually was already always identified as what's the dollar value to the nearest 50Ks, probably enough for the indicative discussion, if that's possible. That was multi-year funding that's partially or not expended because that project's been deferred but was always planned as a multi-year project. Are you able to identify that as part one, and then we'll maybe break down so we get that clarity?
Yeah, when we talk about specifically label that multi-year, I guess the vast majority of that's easily recognisable from the capital budget is the largely it's about 9.135 million, and that's largely around the VATV projects.
Thank you.
In that respect.
And then what dollar value is carried forward due to delays from disaster or resource shortages in the market?
From the disaster perspective, what we've indicated, part of this carry forward is around 8.863 million disaster recovering funding. Sorry, not impacted by disaster, but that's disaster related.
So slightly different answer. So the question was more, which I think ties a little to, Councillor, I'm taking poetic licence here, so tell me if I'm getting this wrong. But we're really, to understand, the proverbial happens during the year, and it means we have to shift our focus from what we were planning. What dollar value of that is now moving forward because we've had to reallocate, or because we couldn't get the materials to go ahead when we wanted to? That's rather than what's it costing us to recover from the disaster. That's a different line item. We saw there's some of that carried forward.
And with that particular metric, I think I recall in a previous meeting, we were trying to ascertain what that is, and it's one where it's particularly split down further into the different buckets rather than that whole joint approach. And I guess we haven't got that figure fully yet this year in respect. But
so the other piece, before you go there, is what have we carried forward because we got unanticipated funding that gave us projects to deliver, that we took up that funding opportunity which pushed some things out, which goes to what did we budget that we didn't do because we did other things. Now, we've agreed to those decisions during the year, but we haven't kept the track of what that movement means is part of what we've... And I get that's not an accounting conversation. It's a different piece of strategic understanding that we're looking for.
I wouldn't have a dollar figure today, to be honest. Yeah, and I'd have to go and work through what that actually looks like, because there are a number of other factors that I'd have to take into account into that as well. As I've said previously, there would have been a small number of projects that may have been identified as having to push forward because of other funding requirements or commitments, and it's whether you also include the level of resourcing required during a 90-day emergent period after a weather event, of which we had 3, that we diverted some of our workforce to actually undertake, because that was what was presented to us. So I could do a figure that included that or didn't include that as well. So yeah, there's a number of dimensions to that that I'd have to go away and work with the team to come up with a set figures and the number of projects impacted.
Thank you. Does that help? That's the rationale that we've been trying to grapple with, and it's not about necessarily, for me, it's about understanding what are the causes that have created that and what are the impacts. We know our teams have been stretched to the max, and we would prefer you were a little less polite in how you characterise that for us, and be honest that we've been smacked with multiple disasters. We've got COVID impacts on workforce availability that have delayed A and B and C. So we're having that as a dynamic conversation in the year. I've said it to you before in private, I'm saying to you in public, your teams have done some incredible under impossible circumstances, and will continue to with the level of damage and the uncertainty of the season ahead. We just want to have a better understanding of what that means to things that we've committed to and what's going to compromise or risk those commitments in the timing that we've expected them. Is that a reasonable comment, Councillor Swanberg?
Yeah, look, I understand all of those things, and it's difficult, but unless we have this conversation, you know, we're always going to, as councillors and people responsible for the council's performance, always going to be sitting around here saying it is what it is and we can't do anything about it. We just can't understand the performance indications and how we've actually performed if we don't have that level of understanding.
Thank you, Councillor. And look, thank you for the transparency of those comments. We probably need to work with you on the challenge between an engineering view of life, an accounting view of life, and our view of life. And your reporting system serve other purposes to perhaps the information we're trying to understand. GM?
Thank you, Mayor. Just one other quick comment is Council publishes a grants register, and it shows all the grants within that and the timeframe. So I will take a look at that to make sure there's clarity to show that they're multiple years as well, which could be another source of information.
Thank you. Yeah, look, that's helpful, and they run into both some operational expense as well as capital. And I think the priority in our conversation, and this is a bit of commentary, I apologise, but is that capital is where the big dollars and impacts are in general terms, and that's really where, particularly given we're going to have another year that looks like it'll be filled with joyful uncertainty of La Nina, having better mapping of that, and it may be it's a communication tool. I don't want to compromise accounting standards, so we might have to find a way that lives between. We might have to do a Harry Potter and find something that can live under the stairs for a while to help us understand.
I think that's a good point, Mr. Mayor, because I mean, obviously, you know, back to Councillor Swanber's commentary about that period 13. I mean, that period 13 was trying to incorporate something that's not necessarily contained in the AASB standards, but trying to paint a picture, and we can, we can progress that further and develop it. But really when it comes to council considering the monthly financial reports, it's the statutory financials, and that's only one side of the metric. So,
thank you. Any other questions, councillors? It's been a healthy conversation. Councillor McInnes?
Comment rather than
Go ahead.
question. And I look moving forward, the headwinds, let's say, are sort of we've got a couple of, I'm trying to think of the right word. Struggling is not right, but we have to be careful over the next couple of years in some of our ratios there. We're not, it's not all beer and skittles, let's say, moving forward.
Yeah, I think that's a great observation, Councillor. Probably one we need to come back to with some more science on another day. I think generally our economy might be facing some challenges. Our costs are going to face some challenges, our labour availability, and all of that's going to impact our deliverability, but then also probably have some impacts into our sustainability ratios. So that's certainly an important conversation.
And you're right in saying those things. There's not a lot of fat in the system there for our ratios. And with all the other things happening, it's not going to be just real easy moving forward.
No, and Mr. Mayor, and certainly commend the council this year for sticking to that long-term sustainability. Obviously, we're trying to readjust to that position that where we should be to readjust those. But similarly, we've had a couple of previous budgets where we've deviated away from that slightly. But this year's budget certainly has been back on track, and hopefully that we can get back to that better positioning.
And Councillor McInnes, I share the concerns in your comment that there are some global as well as national contexts that we probably need to get some further briefings around to think about how they might impact us in our planning and thinking.
Without trivialising it, people should be glad that the American president has come out in the last 24 hours and said that COVID is over now, in spite of 500 people dying every day, I think it is. But it'll give comfort to people worldwide.
I note that. I note that global perspective that we should consider in our deliberations. I probably think there are more materiality about capability, availability of skilled workforce, risks of local disaster events, materials availability, the potential R word in the Australian economy. There's a few more specific things we probably should pay attention to, and we can watch from afar how the American existence continues. Any other commentary of relevance to the topic today? Yeah, right. I wasn't saying it wasn't relevant, Councillor. I was just making sure we kept the focus a little narrower to home. GM, I'll get you to introduce the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councillors. The recommendation for item 10.5 today is that in accordance with sections 169 and 170 in brackets 3 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, Council adopt the 2022-2023 carry forward budget review as outlined in the 1. Revised Statement of Comprehensive Income for 2022-2023 through 2024-2025 inclusive. 2. Revised Statement of Financial Positions for 2022-2023 through 2024-2025 inclusive. 3. Revised Statement of Cash Flows for 2022-2023 through 2024-2025 inclusive. 4. Revised Statement of Changes in Equity for 2022-2023 through 2024-2025 inclusive. And 5. Revised Relevant Measures of Financial Sustainability.
Thank you. GM, I seek a mover. Councillor Enright, any additional questions, councillors? Any additional discussion? See your seconder. Councillor McConnell. Councillor Enright, you wish to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to recognise the huge effort in bringing forward this carry forward budget review. I don't recall one quite as complex as what we're dealing with in this carry forward budget, and I can only guess the understanding of the difficulty that has taken for our staff to pull this together. So Oliver, if you would, as General Manager, take this as congratulations on your staff, leading your staff through this process. It is a huge process, and appreciate the clarity that's been provided in this report.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? If not, we put the motion. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors, and indeed thank you, GM and your team. It's an important process to work through, and we look forward to closing out the annual accounts. Councillors, we do have an item today for us to move into closed session for, one confidential item, and it's closed in accordance with section 254J3E of the Local Government Regulation 2012, and it's closed for the purpose of legal advice obtained by the local government or legal proceedings involving the local government, including, for example, legal proceedings that may be taken by or against the local government. So on that basis, I seek a mover to go into closed session. Councillor McConnell, any questioning to that? Otherwise, I'll seek a seconder. Councillor West, those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. By way of clarification for the gallery, I'll use my normal process. The earliest, we will also adjourn for a lunch break whilst we are in closed, I anticipate. And I will endeavour to return at the half hour for the outcome of this deliberation. So that would either be at 1 o'clock, 1:30 or half hourly thereafter. I'm hoping that it's either 1 or 1:30, but we will give proper consideration to this matter. Thank you for your understanding to those in the gallery. Enjoy your lunch break as you may. Thank you. Councillors, I seek a motion to return into open meeting. Councillor McConnell, seconded Councillor West. Any further discussion? Those in favour? It's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. I ask the GM, Customer and Regional Prosperity, to introduce the recommendation for the matter before us.
Excuse me. Thank you. Sorry, councillors. Thank you. The item before you, 11.1. The recommendation is that 1, council mediate the Supreme Court claim by Scenic Rim Developments Proprietary Limited 13762/19 in line with the legal advice provided dated 13 September 2022. 2, that council acknowledge that the costs associated with the above resolution may require a future budget review. And 3, in accordance with clause 22.6.3 of the Scenic Rim Council Standing Orders Procedure CM 03.01 PR.01, confidentiality be maintained and this report not be released to the public.
Thank you, councillors. I seek a mover. Councillor McGuinness, noting the confidentiality requirements, any additional clarification required? Seek a seconder. Councillor West. Any further questions? Discussion? Wish to speak to your motion, councillor?
No, I'm right, Mayor.
Anyone seeking leave to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Put the motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you to those in the gallery who have patiently waited for us to return, and that actually brings us to the conclusion of the business of council today, and I declare the ordinary meeting closed at 1:32. Thank you. Good afternoon.